Paimon has so many questions about his true identity. Let's go talk to him and find out.
Wait, did I hear that right? Monsieur Nearvalette, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
That's right.
No, but why? Technically speaking, cases like this are better left to the guards.
Neverlet! Sidine! Hey there! What are you two talking about?
Ugh, Traveler in Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of this. He wants to investigate a case on his own. Now, this is completely unprecedented. How can we have the Udex acting like a private detective?
Thank you for your concern, but I currently have no such plans. Oh, apologies. I took your question in earnest, but it now occurs to me that it was most likely in jest.
So, what is it exactly? It sure sounds serious if it's something you've got to investigate personally.
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat letter.
And then?
That is all the information I have acquired at this stage.
I have no idea why you're so hung up over this. I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today. So, if you insist, I have no objections.
Thank you for understanding.
Then I shall return to my post for now. Should anyone visit while you are away, I will be sure to make a record of it. I sincerely hope that you will return soon.
Judging from Sidine's reaction, it must be pretty rare for you to investigate stuff personally. What's so special about this case?
I cannot tell you just yet, but it reminded me of certain past events. There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this, so I must eliminate all risks in advance.
Come on, stop being so secretive! We still have no idea what's going on!
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories and collect my thoughts. Long story short, a little more than 400 years ago I became the Udex of Fontaine and initiated a series of institutional reforms. There were few people I could trust, but I had two subordinates who were exceptionally trustworthy and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
They must have been amazing people to receive such high praise from you!
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them. The reforms damaged the interests of some, and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest. Ultimately, they wanted me to yield more of my power. The incident resulted in Carol taking her own life, and Vautrin being exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related to Melusines. All Melusines used to live a secluded life away from human society. I granted their wishes when some of them, including Carol, asked me to bring them to the court of Fontaine. Many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and whatever they do can be traced back to me. Some of them, especially those who hold a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict over Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me. I have nothing against the opinions of others, but the moment a whirlpool of conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects the innocent. It has already happened once, and I want to make sure it does not happen again.
Even so, why do you have to be the one investigating? There's the guards, the Marechaussee Phantom, and the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Aren't they more than enough to figure out what's going on?
Based on prior experience, there is a high chance that those who hold hostility towards me do not belong to the same department. The political system of Fontaine is relatively complex and involves the interests of multiple different factions. However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I personally took on the case.
Outsider? But aren't you the Chief Justice of Fontaine? Why would you be an outsider?
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities and how I perceive myself. You know very well about my true identity, and have even met others of my kind in other nations. Even though I was born with a human form, there is a fundamental difference between dragons and humans. Taking on the role of Chief Justice does not make me a part of this community. In fact, the status I was granted has prevented me from forming deeper bonds with others. I have lived in Fontaine for a long time, but I do not belong here. That is why I call myself an outsider, a fish out of water.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with all those organizations anyway. So how about we come with you on your investigation? Let's team up and round up all the bad guys lurking in the dark.
That does not sound like a bad idea. I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you around, I'm sure it will go a lot smoother.
Oh, Paimon's starting to get a little embarrassed. Just leave it to us.
Let us go. We should visit Kiara first and try to gain a better understanding of the situation.
So Neuvillette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but is that really true? Paimon feels like he has a kinda skewed perspective on a lot of things. Anyway, let's catch up with him first. Paimon's been thinking. You called yourself a fish out of water, right? But since you're the Hydro Dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider using the more accurate term in private occasions. Please allow me to rephrase. Has a dragon out of water?
Ugh. That sounds kind of weird. Let's stick with the previous version instead.
For 5 centuries, I dueled the Raiden Shogun in my personal realm of consciousness to confirm the steadfastness of my will. Yet this Farina you speak of, though possessing only a frail human body, committed herself to acting out her part every second of every day for 500 years. A true battle of the spirit. Her willpower has indeed reached the level of a god. I'm fearful because of what I witnessed 500 years ago. I had an opportunity to feast with him once, back when I admire her humility. It is a sign of true wisdom. With the power she holds, Buer is capable of doing many things beyond our wildest imaginations. And yet, she uses her power only to right wrongs and to protect. She is a truly gentle god.
deployment of guards at all times.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
I have to keep an eye on the deployment of guards at all times. I have to keep an eye on the deployment of guards at all times. I have to keep an eye on the deployment of guards at all times.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
I have to keep an eye on the deployment of guards at all times.
Take it easy.
I never thought I'd see him.
The weather's amazing today.
Kiara,
Monsieur Neuvillette! And you are? Oh, I remember. You're the Traveler and Paimon. I've heard about you. Aw, she's adorable! Hey there, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for the compliment. Is there anything I can do for you?
I heard from Sidine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter? Oh, right! I remember now. The letter fell through the crack in my door as I was heading out this morning. It said something about catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek. But Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger. But that's not gonna happen with everyone looking after me, right?
Have you run into any suspicious-looking people recently?
Suspicious-looking people? What counts as suspicious? Did you think of something? Nope. I don't remember meeting anyone like that.
Do you still have the letter with you? I want you to show me what it says.
Oh, let's see. Found it.
Now then, get lost. If you don't leave the Maréchaussée Phantom, I will come and catch you in person. Don't say I didn't warn you. A simple threat. Neither the handwriting nor the content itself reveals anything about the writer's intent. We can't rule out that possibility. Since you can't think of anyone suspicious, I will be heading back to the Palais Mermonia to review some official documents. Kiara, you should come with us. It's safer if you stay close by.
Sure! Wait, no. I still have a case to work on. I promised Alof that I'd check on her place later.
But you are being watched right now. Going off on your own could be dangerous.
And that's where we come in to help. We'll stay with Kiara and make sure she's safe. With us around, anyone scheming to hurt Kiara can forget about it.
Thank you, Traveler. Big Sis Paimon.
Don't worry, your big sis Paimon is super strong.
All right, let us go our separate ways for now. Please take care of Kiara.
We'll take her to a lost place right away. See you around. So, Kiara, how old are you?
Let me think. 1, 2, 10? I can't remember. But I remember coming to the Court of Fontaine with Carol and Neuvillette. That must have been a long time ago.
Carol? Didn't Neuvillette mention her just now? That was more than 400 years ago. Why would Paimon be a big sister to you?
My memory isn't that good. But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel about them. Paimon feels a lot more grown up than me, so you're a big sis.
Huh. Paimon sees. Hey, Traveler, did you hear that? Strange. Paimon felt like someone was following us.
Olaf!
Kiara, you're here. Huh? Wait, aren't these two...
Oh, they're the Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
I thought so. What brings you here? All right, guess I shouldn't have asked.
May I begin inspecting the store as planned?
Of course. Go ahead.
No hazards detected. You've cleared the inspection. Seems like the criminal from that case last month never set foot in here at all.
That was quick. What were you inspecting?
I took a look around the shop. Neuvillette says that us Melazines have special eyes that can see things people can't. Things like bloodstains. No matter how hard you try to clean them up, we Melazines can see their residual stains for some time. Pretty cool, huh?
All right. Now that you're done inspecting, can we have a chat? Hear me out. I'm planning to release an outfit for children next month and wanted to hire you as my model. Is that okay with you?
Of course! Is there anything I need to do?
Please wait a moment while I take your measurements. The sample should be a perfect fit.
Seems like they get along really well. Huh? What are you looking at? Is there really someone watching us? Shh! Let's sneak over and take a look.
Strange. Why isn't he back yet?
Gotcha! Charlotte, what are you doing here? Oh, wait, don't tell Paimon you're the one who sent Kiara that threatening letter. But you don't seem like...
Threat letter? What threat letter? This is starting to feel like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that threat letter you mentioned. I only wanted to follow Monsieur Neuvillette and request an interview with him.
You want to interview him?
That's right. I'm not the only one, you know. Interviewing him is every journalist's dream. But it's not an easy task to accomplish. The Palais Mermonia rarely accepts appointment requests from us, and we never have the chance to interrupt when the court's in session. So imagine how surprised I was seeing him out on the streets today. It seemed like you were investigating something too. The perfect opportunity to whip up an exclusive, don't you think? Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent of all parties involved.
Yeah, we're doing a secret investigation that can't be made public knowledge.
I see. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll put this matter aside for now. What a shame. Chances like this don't come by very often, you know. In exchange, could you tell me what the threat letter is about? I swear I won't tell.
All right, then.
What? Someone's targeting a cute little Melazine?
Shh, not so loud.
It just so happens that I did an interview with Kiara. Last month, in fact. It was well received by our readers, so I was planning to continue the series. And now someone's coming after her? I'll ask my colleagues about it. Who knows? We might find something. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This secret's safe with me. But I gotta warn you, even if I keep my lips sealed, others will know eventually.
Why?
People care a great deal about Monsieur Neuvrelet's each and every move. Some may have already realized that something was up. Besides, the case involves Melazines, so... Anyway, I'll get going now. Watch yourselves, all right?
Well, that was a nice chat. Let's head back and check on Kiara.
What do you think? The design looks pretty good, huh?
I think it's great!
Huh. It's very pretty indeed.
Haran! What are you doing here? It seems that you just showed up out of nowhere.
As I passed by the Palais Mermonia, I heard that Neuvillette was investigating a case with you. Technically speaking, he and I are under an employer-employee relationship. It didn't feel right to have my employer personally take on such trivial cases. I happened to have some time at the moment, and came to take a look. I sometimes have my clothes custom-made at this boutique, in any case, so we always have a lot to talk about.
Neuvillette sure is lucky to have someone like you.
Leave this to me. You should go meet up with Neuvillette.
Okay then, we'll leave Kiara in your hands. Come on, let's go find Neuvillette.
Oh, you're back. Is everything all right?
We ran
That is good to...
We thought some...
I've been looking over... I've come up with... On the other... Don't worry. Thank you. Have you made any progress?
We skimmed through some of them, but there wasn't anything useful. Oh, there are so many documents lying around. Just how many cases have you...
I would love to answer that question, but the truth is I've never made a precise calculation myself. If memory serves me right, there should be at least 100,000 cases. The documents you see are just a small fraction of what's really there.
Whoa, that's a lot. Looks like the work of a Chief Justice isn't easy at all.
That might be how it seems from another's perspective, but trials and official duties are, to me, simply routine. There are many documents here. Take a break if you are tired.
You read Paimon's mind.
All right, let us take a break then.
Even though resting is a part of taking a break, shouldn't we at least talk about something? All this silence is making Paimon feel really awkward.
Please pardon my lack of consideration. People rarely come to the Palais Mermonia for matters outside of work. To be quite honest, I am not sure what we should do. Would you like to have some drinks, perhaps? You must be thirsty after all that work.
Ooh, drinks! Thank you! Paimon wonders what Novelette likes to drink. Oh, maybe he's a fan of really fancy wines. He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire winery. You know, like D-Luke. What's inside these glasses? It looks just like water.
An astute observation. It is indeed water.
So it's just plain old water?
What did you think it was?
Since you're the Chief Justice and all, Paimon thought you'd prefer something more sophisticated.
This water is indeed very special. It would not be an overstatement to call it sophisticated.
Huh?
I believe you've already tried Fonta. In fact, there are many other drink factories in Fontaine, including those that specialize in packaging pure drinking water. Said water is sourced from all across Tevat, including Mondstadt's Cider Lake, Liyue's Chingtse village, and Inazuma's Konda village. Here is one of their latest products, water from Sumeru's Apam Woods. If I were to comment on their mouthfeel, the waters of Cider Lake warm the heart. The waters of Chingtse village have a poignant touch, while one might call the waters of Konda village placid. Distinct differences exist between the waters of each area. You will appreciate their intricacies once you taste them carefully.
Really? Let Paimon try!
What do you think?
Nope. Paimon couldn't taste any difference at all. Isn't this just normal water?
How regrettable. It seems like you still have a long way to go in refining your tastes.
Hey, this doesn't have to do with refining our taste. Paimon's pretty sure most ordinary people can't tell the difference. How did you do it anyway? Oh, could it be because you're the Hydro Dragon? We are allowed to bring that up, right? Since no one else is around? Oh, Paimon's been wanting to ask this for ages. If you're the Hydro Dragon, why would you become Chief Justice in human society? Sorry.
There's nothing to hide. I was simply organizing my thoughts. I accepted this position because I wanted to seek out answers to questions that have perplexed me.
Questions? Are there really things you can't figure out?
Many, in fact. But the one question that puzzles me the most concerns my own existence. In essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life should take me. For a long time, my memory was rather incomplete. With regard to the primordial sea, for example, I used to only be able to vaguely recall its connection to me, but I was unaware of what that connection was exactly. Perhaps the elemental dragons of other nations may have some form of an answer. However, they are scattered across all of Tevat. Abruptly visiting could very well pose an unpredictable risk.
True. Some of them have very unique personalities, too.
I have been holding on to these unanswered questions for a long time. But there is one thing I've discovered along the way. My emotions easily resonate with those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea what they mean. My guess would be that there are at least some similarities between humans and myself. By observing their behavior, perhaps I could one day understand the meaning of my existence.
Have you made any progress then?
Perhaps, but I find such progress difficult to describe. As an outsider, chances to engage in meaningful interactions with others are few and far between. That's why I'm quite thankful for this chat. Such opportunities are rare. Alas, time is limited. We should move on with our investigation.
Are we gonna continue reading these documents? Paimon's getting dizzy already.
I wasn't able to find any leads even after browsing through most of the documents. But while we were on the topic of water a moment ago, another idea came to me.
Water? Do you mean...
That's right. The Fountain of Lucine is where all of Fontaine's waters converge. It is the vessel of countless memories and emotions. If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines against me, they should also hold an intense resentment towards me. Perhaps we'll be able to find some new leads by sensing the hydro element within the fountain.
Huh. Why didn't Paimon think of that? Come on, let's go take a look!
Perhaps we should go. There shouldn't be too many people near the Fountain of Lucine during the evening.
Monsieur Neuvillette?
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
Looks like we got lucky today. There's hardly anyone around.
What should we do next? Oh, Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
Perhaps leave the investigation to me. I need you to take a few steps back and keep a safe distance.
A safe distance? Neuvillette, what exactly are you... Oh, it's glowing! for bringing us here, Monsieur Neuvillette. The court of Fontaine is truly incredible. There's so many things I've never seen or heard before.
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to thank me. Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Maréchaussée Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detective force.
I know, but I'm really glad to be of help. Not only can I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more meaningful.
But a meaningful life also comes with its risks.
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village. But I want to see the outside world. In truth, I've never really understood the purpose of my existence. Or what I'm capable for almost 20 years. We've stayed in our village without finding any answers.
I understand your confusion. In fact, I feel I too came here for an answer to my questions about my own existence.
Really? Could you? The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to go back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head.
Logically speaking, both time and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead. Different identities and ways of thinking. There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated into this society. Despite my social status, I am still an outsider.
Oh, I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of—
I believe in you, but you shouldn't—
Huh? Is he—
Yes? Do you have—
That stone-faced human. He didn't even bother to—
He is an earnest man.
Hello. Can I help with anything?
Thanks, but no need.
Oh. Hello, I'm Carol, a Melusine. Is there anything you need help with?
Get away from here! I'm calling the guards.
Please, calm down. I don't mean to cause any harm.
Hard to say.
Yeah, we should probably stay away from these monsters. Haven't you realized? Strange incidents have been increasing ever since they came.
Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway? I can't—
Exactly. That so-called Chief Justice even granted them official positions. Not only that—
Go away!
I'm not leaving. I won't let you say back. We joined the Maréchaussée Phantom and solved lots and lots of cases. We've never done anything—
Solving cases? With Neuvillette in cahoots with you. You could have fabricated it all, and no one would know. So tell me, how can you guarantee that—
Didn't I tell you before? Don't go advertising if you're not a good talker. Aside from spreading unjustified rumors, if you continue insulting members of the Maréchaussée Phantom, there have indeed been an increase in cases recently. Perhaps due to the shifting currents of conspiracy.
Even— How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
You heard that?
Yeah, I don't understand.
There are countless negative.
Monsieur Neuvillette, I still want to try a little— Okay,
Give them to me.
you're—
We'll hand them out together. The faster we get this done, the sooner we can head back.
Monsieur Neuvillette, what's this?
Medals of Peace, awarded to you and Vautrin. thank you for your continued dedication in the past 5 years. You've taken one small step forward in helping Melusines gain the trust of humans.
I think I'll pass.
Hey, don't say that. We wouldn't have made it this far with. It won't be long before Melusines begin living peacefully with the humans.
Don't keep your hopes up. We've barely scratched the surface. There's still a long way to go before that dream of...
You blockhead! Don't ruin the mood!
Vautrin brings up a good point. The trust humans have placed in you is still very fragile. Please be on your guard.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go!
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even with all our powers combined. What if...
Nah, not gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take us out personally. There are rules even he must comply with in the political sphere, unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine. So quit worrying and just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder. Once we lay the blame on the Melusines as the person who brought them to the court of Fontaine, Neuvillette will be left with no excuse.
I guess you're right. Ugh. If he just left things the way they were, it never would have come to this. But he's forced our hand. Time to teach him a lesson.
Turn the murderer in!
Melusines can't be trusted! That goes for Neuvillette, too!
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back!
The results of the investigation are in, Captain Vautrin.
Go on.
โอ้ยลืมเปิดไมค์โถจบแล้วนะตั้งนานพูดอยู่ไม่รู้เรื่องเลยลืมเปิดไมค์โถโอ้ยมีใครทักเลยจบแล้วกำลังทักอยู่เลยอะไรเนี่ยเด็กใหม่อะไรครับเด็กใหม่จะชื่อคุ้นๆนะโอ้โหคือพูดเยอะมากเลยแบบนะโอ้โหลืมเปิดไมค์จบเลยแย่จัง
And she called me a blockhead. A little investigation would have cleared things up.
เรียบร้อย
Until we'd established the truth.
เรียบร้อยเลยก็ว่าทำไมมันแปลกๆวะเราต้องไปเช็คดูไม่เปิดหรือเปล่าสรุปไม่ได้เปิดนะจบเลย
Miss Carroll might have thought there was no better plan.
ทำไงดีครับเนี่ย
That is indeed something she'd do.
Captain Vautrin, should I present these results to Monsieur Neuvillette right away?
There's no need. Notify the guards to restrict public access to all information.
Restrict access to... Wait, are you planning to...
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was very young. She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind, always believing the best of people. People like her are the most vulnerable to deception and betrayal. From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others. Kept a cold demeanor and tried lecturing her.
กำลังจะถามดูเลย
Looks like she was unfazed by
กำลังจะถามเลยว่าเนี่ย
Yes.
มาจากไหนคือแบบเด็กใหม่น่ะจะมาไง
Because I too began working towards a high in the sky dream of hers. I should have known. Those cowards
กิน
don't
ถั่ว
have
หม
the
ดไปถุง
guts to
นึงอ่ะ
confront
โอ้โห ไม่มี
Neuvillette.
ใครได้ยินเลย
They even avoided
ก๊อบแก๊บ
causing
ก๊อบแก๊บ
trouble for me. They were after Carol all along. Can you understand how I feel? Right now, there's only one thought on my mind. Only through bloodshed can their debt be repaid.
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Nerva...
That's exactly why I will take responsibility for everything. แม่งเอ้ย
น้ำที่แช่ไว้แม่งกลายเป็นวุ้นอ่ะ เมื่อไหร่จะได้กินอ่ะตายแล้วนะใช่ใช่มันก็คือน้ำแข็งกันแหละมันวุ้นมันน้ำแข็งอ่ะ
They're hearing a major case today, and the criminal is Captain Vautrin of the Special
เรียบ
Security
ร้
and
อย
Surveillance Patrol. Apparently, he resorted to personal measures to seek revenge for Carol and settled the score with the group that framed his friend. Hey, why aren't you saying anything?
I'm thinking we should try our best to bail him out when the trial commences.
Bail him out? Why?
Shh, keep it down. Haven't you realized? Both Vautrin and Carol are Nervillette's most trusted subordinates. After everything that happened to Carol, Nervillette's guaranteed to do everything he can to keep Vautrin around. Besides, now that the old regime has been uprooted, Nervillette's status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect public opinion, Nervillette will be able to give Vautrin a reprieve. The benefits are endless.
Vautrin sought vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. This represents the justice he upholds. Please think about it. If the same thing had happened to you, wouldn't you feel the same way he did?
Yeah, that's right! This whole thing started because of those despicable cowards who levied false accusations against Carol. How could Vautrin be declared guilty for seeking revenge?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Mr. Vautrin is innocent!
He's innocent!
Order! I acknowledge your arguments. Vautrin, your revenge could be seen as a form of justice. I understand your decision, which is why I cannot help but feel regret and even grief about the judgment I must now impose. Personal justice does not equate to justice as defined by the law. To execute your plan for revenge, you abused your authority and conducted informal executions. Your actions have thus violated the law. Therefore, you will be declared guilty.
What? That can't be! Monsieur Nervillette, please give this a little more thought. He has done so much for Fontaine.
Vautrin, my friend, is there anything else you want to say?
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this? I've closely followed every one of your orders. Can't you see? Everyone in this room believes that I'm innocent. Why can't you just let me off? Is this what justice means to you? Answer me, Neuvillette!
Order. Since there have been no further objections, the Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vautrin. According to the judgment of the Oratrice
Mécanique d'analyse cardinal,
Mr. Vautrin will be declared guilty.
Goodbye, Monsieur Neuvillette.
This all happened because of Carol's naive ideas.
กระป๋องนี่คือแบบเย็นเจี๊ยบ เย็นมากๆจับไม่ได้เอาไงดีวะมันเย็นเย็บเลยอะ
Hey, stop spacing out! What's wrong? Are you not feeling?
A Apologies, it seems like my memories... I tried my best to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but... it seems like it still caused the emotions within the Fountain of Lucine to boil over. Due to my negligence, the overflow of emotions and memories must have affected you as well.
Wow. The Hydro Dragon is more powerful than Paimon thought. Anyways, the last time we came here, the Traveler only heard voices from the Fountain of Lucine. No emotions boiling over or anything.
It is as you said. This might be because I am different. It is not only the fountain. I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. Rivers, lakes, and even the rain.
That sounds awesome!
But I rarely ever do anything like this. Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, having my mind occupied with irrelevant memories isn't exactly a pleasant experience. Which ones? It's fine. I prefer not to speak of those memories. That does not mean I am deliberately hiding them. It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good thing that you saw everything in that form. You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this. These two cases are much too similar. I felt like I needed to do something.
Paimon's starting to lose track of what you're saying. Don't leave Paimon out of the conversation. Paimon wants to help too.
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating the fountain, I discovered something strange. I did not sense too much hatred towards me within its accumulated emotions. I don't know what caused this to happen, but it seems like there won't be a shortcut to finding the organization that may be pulling the strings here. However, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be related to a smuggling case.
Oh! Didn't we read about that in one of the documents?
You've read about it? In that case, the resentment should have come from that incident.
Huh? What are you doing here? I was just about to look for you at the Palais Mermonia.
Navia! Nice to see you again! Is there something we can help with?
I've heard some things, but I'm not purposely asking around or anything. Don't worry. Rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against Melusines, and that you're investigating the case. So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar faces showing themselves at the Fleuve Cendre lately. Maybe you'll find the suspects among them.
Thank you. Where did you hear about all this?
The Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from afar. No matter how you conceal your whereabouts, there will be countless eyes watching you. You talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know asked around for information, then it was only a matter of time before word of the threatening letter spread all across Font.
So
ข้ามดีกว่าขี้เกียจอ่านละในเรื่องมันยาวไปว่ะ
All right, wait for my word.
พยักข้ามทั้งหมดเลย
I have already considered that possible. What is more important, I hope the
เรื่อง
same.
มันก็เอาจริงไม่ค่อยน่าสนใจเท่าไหร่รอเล่นฟูดิน่าทีเดียวหรือไม่ท่านพ่อฟูดิน่ามันเล่นไปแล้ว
Strange. Did something happen? Let's take a look around.
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against a Melusine. This is 100% the truth. Even the What?
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't easily...
That's exact. Think about how...
Everyone, please...
It feels like you've been followed.
We were informed.
Have you had the...
This isn't...
Come on.
You shouldn't ever skip meals.
I heard even Nervulette's keeping an eye on the situation. This is the perfect chance to get promoted.
Seriously?
Relax, I would...
That's more like it.
Come and fight me! Have you heard? Even the special patrol... Shh! Look!
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
This is
So...
No, I should... Let us stick to our...
แสดงว่า ยังไม่เคยดูคลิปเก่าๆสินะ เดี๋ยวก่อนถ้างั้นนะแสดงว่าไม่เคยเห็นคลิปเก่าๆ เป็นร้อยนะ เก่าๆอันนี้คือประมาณ 50% 60% อยู่ในทวิตไม่อยู่ใน YouTube
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
แสดงว่าไม่เคยเจอของเมื่อก่อน ถามว่าทำได้ไหมทำได้นะ แต่ว่าคอมเครื่องนี้ไม่มีกล้องเมื่อก่อนมีเดี๋ยวนี้ไม่มีเฮ้ยเคยทำมาหมดแล้ว
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Maréchaussée Phantom. This is the one. The list of involved suspects should be... found it.
What does it say?
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna, and others have been caught. Those with close connections or mutual among them...
So many names. Is the one who sent that threatening letter to Kiara on the list?
Yes, there is something suspicious about Hassan, to be precise. It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case, and he moves around without much restriction.
มันไม่มีแคมเมราแล้วอะ นะคือถามว่ากล้องอ่ะมีไหมมีแต่ว่ามันเก่ามากๆแล้ว
Monsieur Neverland, someone claiming to be from the Spina Durasula just checked in with
เลย
us.
ปิดไป
He said,
ไม่ได้ใช้
How did Navia find them so quick?
I too am...
จริงๆอ่ะถ้าถามว่ากล้องอ่ะซื้อก็ได้นะ ก็มันไม่ได้ใช้อ่ะเข้าใจปะเราจะซื้อของที่ไม่จำเป็นต้องใช้ทำไมเนาะ
Whoa. Check out all these people. Hey there, are you Navia's friends too?
These are the people who have had recent dealings at the Maréchaussée Phantom. They're usually hidden in the Fleuve Cendre, but I sent for someone to invite them over.
Invite them over?
Exactly. Now, I heard there's great coffee here, and so I asked them if they'd like to come and have some.
Yeah, it's our pleasure to be guests of the Spina di Rosula.
I've wanted to have a meetup like this for ages.
Something feels off. But,
ลดเหลือ 6,000 เอง
business. Is there anyone
จาก
called
7,000
Hassan here?
Yes, that's me.
หรือว่าเอลกาโต้ดีวะ
Your Essa?
เรียกไม่ถูก
Yes, Monsieur Nervilette.
Did you write that threatening letter to Kiara?
I did, but I was just following orders.
Orders from whom?
นั่นแหละ
Domenico.
นะ
He was my boss. I couldn't disobey his
จะ
orders.
ซื้อก็ซื้อได้นะ แต่แบบมันไม่ใช้รู้สึกเสียดายตัง
Where
ค์
is he now?
The fortress of Meropide.
Well, I'm afraid even the Spina would have trouble looking into that place. Looks like you'll have to make the trip yourselves. This was as much as I could do.
You've done more than enough. I am extremely grateful for your help.
Leave the formalities for later. You should find Domenico first. If he really is the one setting up the conspiracy, it'd be best if he's exposed as soon as
อยากจะ
possible.
ซื้อหูฟัง แล้วก็อยากจะซื้อ กล้อง อีก10,000 นะเอาตังค์ไหนก่อนนะ ไว้ก่อนนะมันไม่ได้ใช้ ถ้าใช้แล้วเดี๋ยวค่อย จะอะไรนะ
All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up
ได้หม
to
ด
it.
ครับ พร้อมเพย์อยู่ในดิสคริปชั่นคลิปเก่าๆไปหาเอา
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the
Alana.
situation has changed again.
ยัดหา โอ้เว็บแคมแพงว่ะฮะเท่าที่หาดูนี่ก็ 6,000 เนี่ย Logitech
Welcome to the Fortress of Meropide, dear esteemed guests.
We're back!
ดู
And a greeting from none other than the Duke himself. Guess we made
This isn't anything new.
หูฟังอยาก
I
ได้หู
figured
ฟัง
you
ไว
had
เลย
important matters to discuss when the two of you,
แบบ
not to mention the Chief
ถอดสายได้
Justice,
เสียบ
showed
สาย
up.
ได้
Let's assume we've gone through the I do remember it. He once, to be honest, Domenico doesn't seem like much of a conspirator.
He's got the same concerns we do.
I am concerned about this incident because
that's an easy.
Did I hear someone say Melusine? What happened?
Sijuin! Yeah, it really?
there's no need to worry.
Well, that's great. But if the criminal's still...
Ah, head nerd.
Writhsley.
Okay.
Think of it as more thanks for the trouble.
Whoa! If Paimon were the Duke, Paimon would take this tip.
Well, were I still a criminal, I'd probably ask for a lighter sentence. But I'm sure Monsieur Neuvillette would reject that. But enough jokes. I'll look for Domenico and bring him to you. Make yourselves at home. Our dear head nurse has mentioned you quite a few times, so I'm sure she has a lot to...
Please come with me to the infirmary. Ah, and watch your step. There's some pretty dark areas, so make sure you don't trip over anything.
ฮะ หมายความว่าอะไร หมายความว่าอย่างไร อะไรวะ งงมากๆครับ อะไรนะครับหมายถึงในโลกจริงเหรอ
Now that I think about it, I can leave this place soon. Huh?
ฮะ ใช่มันเย็นแล้ว
Please rest here for a moment. Oh, and would anyone like anything to drink?
Paimon's not that thirsty, but thanks anyway.
Thirst is a warning sign that you're dehydrated, which means you have to drink up even before that. I'll bring you some tea. I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about.
Typical Seishuing. Why aren't you two saying anything?
You noticed them too. The badges they wore on their chests.
Familiar? But if both of you say so, let's go ask them.
That's not a bad idea.
Anything you need? Oh, this? Are you interested in joining the Mutual Aid Network?
What's that?
We have a very long history, going back as far as 400 years ago. We have never had many members throughout our history, nor do we have much of a reputation, but everyone treats each other like family. Helping each other is our purpose. At the same time, we seek to maintain just dealings as much as possible.
Sounds like a pretty neat organization.
หากล้องเก่าไม่เจอ
All we want is to defend ourselves. None of us have ever committed serious crimes, and we're not especially powerful either. We're
ถ้า
at
อยาก
a
จะ
mutual
ใช้จริง
disadvantage
ๆ ต้อง
here
ไป
in
เอา
the
นู่น
fortress. But
ต้องอัพ
people
คอม
won't
เป็น
give us a hard
Windows
time
10
if we stick together.
มันถึงจะใช้โทรศัพท์เป็นกล้องได้นะ
It's the symbol. From what I've heard, it's based on something called a Medal of Peace. I've never seen one of those. The first president, all of us have a...
Interested in... If you'd like to learn... A slogan here.
We should have gathered enough information. Let's head back and talk to Nervalette.
Did you manage to gather?
The people who wore the badges, according to them, the badge's design wasn't...
I personally crafted 2 of them myself. They were... Carol's medal was destroyed in a fire. The only one that...
Oh, so the network was inspired...
Monsieur Nervilette, His Grace has requested your presence in his...
All right. Let us talk.
Allow me to introduce this fine gentleman, Domenico. Why don't you explain everything to him?
Nervilette? What do you...
Calm down. I merely want to ask, was it your idea to send them? Hassan has already confessed, so there really isn't any need to keep...
That idiot!
Let me ask this another way. It was your idea... Who is pulling your...
What? You're not trying to frame me for something I haven't...
It's best if you realize the gravity of your situation. The Chief Justice of Fontaine has been personally investigating your case. I assume your previous attempt to incite unrest at the Fortress of Meripede has something to...
I admit I acted on it.
I can do that.
You see, we're all reasonable people here.
I only intended to do some small business at first.
Someone contacted me about delivering some goods and promised me a generous sum of more in return. After making a few trips, I was suddenly approached by the Marechaussee Phantom. They accused me of smuggling prohibited items, and I was put on trial. But I refused to accept any of that. The ignorant can be rightfully absolved from guilt, right? Well, I suspect that someone got me locked up here so they could get their hands on my goods.
And then you decided to take revenge on the Melazine?
My initial target was Nervilette. Everyone in the forces of Meripede was declared guilty by him, after all. So they must more or less hold a grudge against them, right? If I could... But for some reason, no one wanted to team up with me. That mutual aid network in particular. What did those nobodies even gain from trying to challenge me? Seriously. In the end, I had to redirect my focus onto Melazines to salvage things. I recall that Kiara was the one who confiscated my goods for inspection. So I asked one of the more approachable guards to send a letter, claiming that I meant to contact my family. But the letter was in fact addressed to Essa. I requested that he write a threat letter to Kiara and force it to resign from the Marechaussee Phantom.
Am I to assume that the claims you've made are your own thoughts? Have you been in contact with any suspicious people recently?
No.
Is it true that all members involved in the smuggling scandal have been caught?
Yes.
Sijuin, please take him back to the detention center. I'll deal with him later. So, Monsieur Neuvillette, you were concerned that there might be a shadowy faction looking to capitalize on the delicate situation with the Melazines to stir up...
Yes. I experienced a similar incident in the past, so I had to be prepared for any possibility.
And how long ago was this in...
More than 400 years.
You might be overthinking this. Time can change a lot of things.
What do you mean?
400 years ago, you and the Melazines you brought to Fontaine were the outliers in society. But in the present day, if someone were to threaten the safety of the Melazines, people wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. I trust that they would make different choices.
That's right! We saw lots of people standing up—
Monsieur Neuvillette, the Melazines are a species you introduced to Fontaine. How the public treats them is also reflective of their attitude towards you. When people refused to place their trust in Melazines, it was because they were still on the fence about you, their unfamiliar Chief Justice. For almost 500 years, you've conducted every trial with impartiality. You made the right judgment each time, regardless. People no longer have any reservations about you. Right now, your every decision will impact all of Fontaine. In other words, you've gradually transformed the whole nation.
Paimon gets it now. No wonder no one wanted to join forces with—
I am undeserving of such high compliments. It isn't anything special or worthy of praise. I'm simply— It is unnecessary to hold me in such high regard. The complexity of human—
There's no need to be so modest. The current state of affairs says it all. You're no longer that outsider you were before. Even if you wish—
I must say that you've made a fair point. Thank you for clearing my doubts.
Huh? You're leaving?
And so soon, too? Why not stay for a cup of tea?
Thank you for the offer, but I know how this place works all too well. While some are here to redeem themselves, there will inevitably be those who— The less time I spend here, the better.
In that case, I'll have to insist. I still have two more things.
Please, go on.
The first is about the guard who helped Domenico send that letter.
Ah, I know of what you speak. The guard was indeed deployed from the Palais Memoria's staff. However, as I mentioned earlier, I visited today on personal business. Therefore, I leave that matter in your hands.
Well, that makes things a lot easier. Hey now, don't let your imagination— Those from up there have a tendency to sympathize with others. However, down here, such thoughts will put you at— I'll have a chat with the guard and remind him to take precautions in the future.
I see no issues with—
Great! That's one thing out of the way. What's the other thing you wanted to—
The other thing was born from my own sense of curiosity. Now, I've heard—
Yep. Neuvillette thought their badges—
I noticed the small gang as well when I first took over the fortress of Meripede. They were not great in number, but every member always made sure to stand up. I've looked into their founder, Vautrin, who once stood trial and was sentenced to imprisonment in the fortress. According to existing documentation, Vautrin remained disciplined throughout his imprisonment. In other words, how he presented himself in prison was very different.
What? During his trial, I could sense that his feelings were complicated. He appeared to be...
Perhaps he had been putting on...
An act?
Neuvillette and Vautrin had a close relationship as superior and subordinate. Vautrin must have known that the Chief Justice would make an impartial judgment. Thus, the more resentment he displayed, the clearer it would be to those present that you were upholding justice. And to those who had been sitting on the fence, Vautrin's act was a very meaningful one. That's all from me.
I don't have anything to say. Apart from... Well then, let us...
Please, take care.
That trial is something I rarely bring up in conversation, but... I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin. The words he spoke in court often replay in my mind, as if urging me on to do something.
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things. I would like to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
Paimon agrees with everything Risley said. As Chief Justice, every single one of your Paimon agrees with everything Risley said. As Chief Justice, every single one of your trials makes an impact on Fontaine. What do you think, Traveler?
ว้าไม่ไหวเลยอ่ะเน็ตหลุดไม่ไหว
What
ละ
I really think is every trial you've ever judged
ยั
has
งไง
left
ครับเนี่ยเฮ้ยเน็ตไฟก็ดับเน็ตก็ดับเฮ้ย
That is indeed... As I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because I cannot fully understand myself. But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, I have begun to notice the changes that have occurred upon my person. These changes were not due to any specific occurrence, but emerged as a result of time itself. I will try to contemplate this further. Thank you both.
ไอ้อย่านะ ก่อนไอ้อย่านะ
It's raining! Oh no! Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella! Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder!
Hey, อะไรก่อน
It's raining again. I've had enough of this weather.
There go my travel plans.
Did you read the news this morning? Quick, put away everything on the clothesline.
When is this rain going to stop?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
The Fortress of Meripede. It's a good place for me.
He owes me so many answers.
Neuvillette? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
You will see much in the human world, from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
Good morning, Monsieur Neuvillette! The rainy season's almost over! The skies are supposed to clear in a few days!
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
Is the matter resolved?
Yep, we found the person who sent that threatening letter. Risley said he'd keep a close eye on him, so the Melusines should be safe now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sorry for dragging you all into this.
There's no need to apologize. The rest of the work once I'm
Hello,
feeling
hello.
up to it.
ฮัลโหลโอ้ยเน็ตรูดได้ยินอยู่
Is
โอ้
the
my
matter
god
resolved?
เน็ตไปมานานแล้ว
The person who sent that threatening letter.
Oh, that's
Sorry for dragging.
There's no need to apologize.
Yeah, you didn't drag us in. We got involved.
By the way...
At the Palais Mermonia, more than 50 people
Net
offered to protect
Lord.
her. Some even hid within the bushes to look out for danger. I was worried that the excess of protection would make her feel uneasy, so I asked her to stay inside the Palais. It's very safe in there.
What a relief.
Well, now it looks like the dust has finally settled. To celebrate this joyous occasion, Monsieur Neuvillette, would you be interested in an exclusive interview?
That's not how you celebrate.
I will consider it.
Really?
Of course. My schedule is full for the following weeks, but I should be available next month. Come up with questions during the intervening days, and I will answer them to the best of...
Yes!
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must head back to the Palais and issue a communique to publicize our investigation results. I hope it will assuage the...
เน็ตเป็นอะไรวะโอ้แย่มากๆเฮ้ยใครครับเนี่ย กินข้าวอยู่หรือไงครับทีนี้ตาโคกับลูกน้ำมัม
Kiara?
Monsieur Neuvillette? Sorry.
It's quite all right.
Thank you, Monsieur, and thank you too, Traveler and Big Sis.
Do you remember Domenico?
Let me think. By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now. Where's she? In my dream, she looked really happy. She held my hand and said, Kiara, our dreams have finally come true. I can't remember what our dreams were anymore. I don't know why. But I felt really happy too.
I can sense your joy. It is indeed a delightful moment.
Monsieur Neuvillette, are you happy too? Oh, I almost forgot. Am I allowed to go out now? I promised to model for Alov.
Of course. Off you go.
ไม่ทำอะไรเลยไม่เคยทำอะไรเลย
See you next time, Monsieur, Traveler, and Big Sis Paimon.
6 ปีเหรอ
See you next time.
เหรอมันมีเก่ากว่านี้อีก เดี๋ยว private ไว้ หมดแล้ว UN ไม่ใช่ UN เควสนูวิเลตไปอันต่อไป Risley อูลีน่ายังไม่ทำเลย เมื่อไหร่จะจบเดี๋ยวโอ้โหเป็นล้านเลยนะค่อยๆเป็นค่อยๆไปวันละเควส2เควสค่อยๆเล่นนะเดี๋ยวมันก็หมดใช่ไหม
We once thought the Fortress of Meripede would be super scary, but looking back on it, it really wasn't that bad at all. You've got a set schedule, guaranteed food and board, and you can even buy all kinds of stuff with credit coupons. It's really no surprise that many people don't even want to leave. Oh, you mean Risley? He's definitely a pretty impressive leader. Well, he does look kind of intimidating. He's actually pretty easy to talk to once you've had a conversation. Paimon wonders how he's like with the people here. Do they also get the same guy we do, or is he a lot harsher with the bad guys? Yeah, he must be doing something right to maintain order here, while not making everything feel super oppressive.
Excuse me, did I hear someone there?
Huh? Paimon could have sworn she just heard some.
Excuse me, is someone
Nope, Paimon wasn't dreaming. There's someone over there for sure. But,
did you hear my call? Thank
why are you hiding in here anyway? If we hadn't happened to pass.
It's a bit complicated. Can we not talk about that for now?
Whoa, that.
No.
Just your. Wait, Paimon gets it. Something must have happened to your hair. Sorry, you just need your hair.
I think it's a soft. I think it's real.
Don't worry,
I'm really sorry.
Paimon doesn't see anything here. Let's go somewhere else. Just where is that thing? Oh, this is taking long. Nothing in the water either. Paimon oh, we've looked everywhere and still not seen anything that looks like a hat. Why don't we check out the rag and well, doesn't remember you being the boss.
Well, now just wait a sec. Oh, you must be the legendary...
No!
Sorry. I hope you find it in your magnanimous heart.
There's no need...
Why, you're hero. We heard the... And you're one of His Grace's favorite people, so of course, everyone wants to be introduced to you. After all, and no, I mean we've all...
Oh, so now you're...
Well, I didn't. Oh, enough of that. Is it no problem? Hey, feel free to check out anything you want. The credit coupon costs are on me.
Wait, but that's... You don't have to be so nice.
Well, it's not like I'm getting paid to watch this shop. Instead of more coupons, Mr. Alvar usually lets me just take my pick of our goods. Life's been pretty good recently, so I might as well just waive your bill. Never hurt.
All right. Paimon will take a look.
Are you sure you don't want...
It's all right. Two will do. It just doesn't feel... But anyway, we don't... Thank you so much.
No problem.
That's a real sneaky way of getting good We've been gone a while. Paimon hopes that guy in the box hasn't passed out from lack of air. You can come out now.
You did?
Wait!
I mean... Wait,
Well, we got you a new one. Does it have some kind...
I'm sorry,
If you're looking for a hat, I just picked one up.
Your Grace!
Oh, hey, Risley!
That's a slow... I'll say I'm not...
It's what good adventure...
Is that so? Maybe as I recall, you might not have...
Understood. Then I'll be off.
What a strange guy. Oh, and has...
Oh, not a... As for him...
Huh?
Prisoners are still... The idea... What kind of a person...
Huh. You've got a point. Anyway, it's all good as long as it makes sense to you.
Although, the Beret Society, if you have some time, and if you're still interested...
Paimon's not the...
All right, then,
Welcome, Your Grace, and the travel, unfortunately...
I'll pass on the food, then. What about you? What a pity.
If you're not in the mood...
Yes, please!
2 bottles, come...
Our first meeting took place. I'm actually quite...
Whoa. That'd be quite the long story.
Even the most
that guy we...
Well, after all, is it so strange that I would want to give a few words of praise out of genuine admiration? So this is a matter of trust. Which is unfortunate, since I was convicted power and... So, what do you think? I would very much like to maintain friendly...
Your Grace, they were extreme...
Got it.
Yes, Your Grace.
Sorry, I'd almost completely forgotten about this.
She mentioned...
Not necessarily. The term is just applied to things people want to bring in on the sly. Many people here are experts at pulling Now, what do we have here?
Whoa. Wait, if you've
Yep.
What? But that's just insane profit! Traveler, why don't you become a duke as well? Paimon will be your vault...
Jokes aside, I didn't know you'd be...
Really? You'll let Paimon pick any? No takebacks.
I never joke about things like this.
Alright, Paimon's gonna have a look. Paimon wants... Actually, never mind, Paimon. There's something... weird. Paimon couldn't even tune them out. It's...
Is that so? Let me give it a try. Paimon's right. I too experienced some unpleasant flashbacks. Are you sure? Fair enough. I'll take this. You do have. Seems like we're almost done with our drinks, too. I can introduce.
Wait!
Just noticed?
We are honored by you. All these you'll.
Members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks here, as well as a large. Every once in a while, the society will also host.
You flatter. It's so easy to feel, but that's thus.
Oh!
My part in this was minimal. I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is, but the society.
Exactly right. Here, our operation.
Who knew you could find such a place in. Oh, right!
There's nothing deep. If our members, and when we're together, we will feel a sense of community, optimism.
In other words?
Once again, you are exactly right, Your Grace. That's a part of our goal. I'll ask the members to get us some drinks. Please, wait here just one moment. Feel free to look around, too, if you want to learn more about us.
Oh, right!
Kidding, of course. We're just discussing. We've also already gone over.
Why does Paimon feel like he didn't answer the question at all? Well, we're already here, aren't we? Yeah, they're supposed to be like... Hey, what are you doing over...
Oh, hello. You are a guest. We've got some classics, as well as a few books that the members published themselves. Yeah, most of them are writing diaries. Some quit drinking.
it's...
Not only that, with how the Duke and Mr. Dugier have organized our life, you never know. And while you're here, no matter what you...
So...
Yeah, that's exactly... And that's it.
Don't worry.
Welcome to our gathering place. Is there anything you'd like me to explain to you?
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
Well, that's... I'm sure, Mr. Besides this, these rooms are open to all of our members. We want...
Wow!
Unfortunately, we started a collaboration with...
Yeah! Paimon can
Yep, and that's exactly why we all think...
Hey, you there, newbie. Yep, I'm talking. Ha! With one shot, why don't you all? Just remember to take.
All right, we've talked to everybody. That would explain... Huh. It looks like they're starting to wrap...
Of course, you'll...
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add. Oh, you're back. What did you think about this? Now, no...
Wait, it's all right.
Paimon thinks it's something anyone expected.
So it's...
The prisoners here. Our needs are like... But if we can play... Which is why in...
You've hit the nail, and I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people find their way.
And Paimon thought every...
Of course, that lifestyle...
Speaking of fight...
What?
Oh, I almost never need them.
Hey, isn't that the guy? What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right?
No, I'm fine.
He's still...
Dugier, do you know what's up?
After all...
We'll leave him to you then. Oh, right. And when emotions... Sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs is also
Oh, isn't that awful gem? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because of its...
Go on, you guys. Pick up the...
Yes, right away.
That gem shines with quite the dazzling.
It still looks good to me. Say, Dujian.
Never, Your Grace.
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over.
Got it, Your Grace. Take care, everyone. I'll take you to the exit. Traveler, Paimon, it was an honor.
Paimon doesn't think we made any plans.
Well...
Paimon doesn't... There's only one...
But at this point, I wanted to see... I arranged for...
Dissonant?
I'm sure the Traveler is sent. As expected, the whole troop I'd hoped to take... Why don't you if my hypothesis and with his watchful... I'm just following... It's been so long since I got... I'll explain everything. Find out what...
It's just, you said you felt there was something. Paimon will do her best to help.
Wait, you got... Oh, okay.
Nobody? It's okay, we'll just...
I'll go...
No need! We can look up... Hey, hello? Anyone home?
Hello? How can I help you? The Barace is...
You don't...
sorry.
Hey!
What do you...
Isn't this how you...
Oh, yeah, that's right. You sure are a fast learner. I ate something. You're looking for something?
Are you still organizing the book?
Yeah, and...
We weren't thinking of...
Sorry.
Okay, Paimon sees what you meant now. Seems like they really don't want to talk to us, so let's just head back.
Take it easy.
Oh, you're back.
It was as if they had all turned into completely different people.
The dissonance I mentioned earlier was precisely that fleeting moment of fear behind the cheerful facade.
Right. He was a...
And that's precisely...
It was you all...
It's because I don't believe any of Dujier's talk about unstable mental states. Not too long. Dujier made very elaborate preparations for my visit.
Okay, but aren't you the dude?
In all seriousness, however, cuffs and the like should be used. Everything I do, and I've always...
that...
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. And that's why...
Alright, so you... And even though the members are...
Indeed. I have some... The line has been...
Fish?
Let's give them some time. You can find me in my office when the time comes.
Hey! Don't just leave before you... Leslie's probably wrapped up his investigation. Paimon has no idea what that guy's thinking. Let's just go find him and ask him what he's really up to.
Oh, here you are. Did you manage to land a lucky pull on the welfare meals tonight?
Let's just get straight to—
Patience, Paimon. I'm actually still. Why didn't any.
Oh.
But even if, it'd be one thing if. Which leads me to believe that it's more likely that they think I just wouldn't care to help them. Yes. So it became. Of course, there was no way to keep.
That makes sense.
The last thing that. But now. That likely set his in. Yes, that's the conclusion I came to as well. If we didn't act right. So after giving. I must. Yes, that's right. I had no way to know if any of them. Right. And since they would also under.
You used us as a—
My apology. But I can assure. Of course, you're under. Would you be willing?
But Paimon—
You have my thanks. Now, I've examined one. The other is the true purpose. It's my hope. I'll put some music on while we wait.
Excuse me, Your Grace, but may I come in? I'm afraid that someone—
Please, do.
I apologize for my— Yes, my lover—
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
You mean when we saw it?
Yes. Thankfully, now that he's lost—
Censure?
Censure is Dugier's rather than listen. Every secret—
Please, she rambled.
I don't recall.
Oh, my
Like we—
Please,
Well then.
That would be perfect. Thankfully, he has already
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
This is what you're.
I've never seen that thing.
Your Grace, I don't think.
It's all right, Avis. No matter what.
Your Grace!
I'm sorry.
But
in that case.
Miss Avis, please show me your head. There's.
Your Grace, the Society has never caused trouble. Why are you I'll do anything for you, as long as you give me the word.
Your words.
Everything that I do. All right, Avis.
just what's up with— We should have shipped—
Sooner or later. Oh, he must have been well prepared. The entire system. And that's why he dared to. The true secret. Dugier probably knew this from the very. However.
Yeah.
From mine. But that
I have an idea, but. You mean this thing? So, she handed a key piece of evidence over to us without that wouldn't. Let me take a look. I managed to. Let's see.
Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Some kind of— And some of it has been absorbed by—
You've probably heard before that water is filled with with that in mind.
Oh, so
Dugier would... The moment it hits agony, desolation...
So...
That might not even... We can't let Dugier...
Your Grace, we have taken the Society members into... They all tried to flee just a little while ago. We decided to forestall their plan, and we're just...
Great work, everyone.
You had prepared for something like this
I had them perform a thorough...
Understood, Your Grace.
Now, let's check on them. As expected...
Ooh! Paimon's glad her eyesight isn't so good that she can see it from here. Paimon's gonna float away for a bit.
They probably... These people must have had to... Let's go check out the other areas, too.
Hey, come here. Have a look at this. This is a book that Paimon found. The colors of the covers are completely different. Yeah!
Take it easy.
Look at what I found. This is a surveillance port. So even if Dugier's not indeed, it's and if any Dugier has all...
Your Grace! Your Grace!
What's the matter?
We couldn't find any society... The Lime Skilled. We also investigated the members' residences and weren't able to find any...
Oh...
They're gone? That could only mean...
Indeed. Meanwhile, this marvelous... So instead of being... And only the most...
But then... Where can...
Dugier must be holding all the rest of his members in another place. He must be in Dugier's pocket. I'm of the same mind. Let's go.
Take it easy. Take it easy. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Did that person flee here?
That's the most likely scenario to me. He's probably already caught. Let's keep heading down. We should be on the right. Let's go. We can... After them.
It's rising. Run!
Did Dugier send you? Why did you attack that guard?
Come on! It's time to talk! Can't you see that he's trying to help?
I will take your cooperation into consideration when it comes time to hand out sentences.
But Mr. Dugier, we were just about to dispose...
So, in other words, your headquarters...
Yes, it's just down this way.
Guards, take them away. Let's go. It's about time.
There's so much space down here.
Yeah, these are all former work areas. There are usually... Stay sharp.
เอ้ยคุณยุงเหรอทำอะไรวะนะลดเสียงคนอื่นกันเสียงดังไม่ได้ยินไม่รู้นะฟังอยู่หรือเปล่าแต่ทำไมเอาไลน์อันเก่าไปโพสต์วะ อันที่แบบหลุดไปแล้วอะอะไรครับเนี่ยเอ้ยอ๋อก็แบบงงอยู่ว่าทำไมยังเป็นเช่นนั้น
I will have order.
ไม่ใช่แค่ผิดอันธรรมดาผิดห้องด้วย
Hey, are you okay?
You're safe now. Just follow the guards and...
Who knew that there'd be Gardamex here? Dujier really prepared for it.
And that would explain the strange decommission requests seems like he...
Hey, what's this?
Seems like some kind of handbook. Ah. Members are 5 anyone who... I see.
But that's just...
To obtain food and water. To avoid finally, isolated and without hope, they accept their... Do you remember what... She's usually... No, your the human heart. Those who use fear to lead others astray must pay for that crime.
เอาจริงๆคือเมื่อกี้คือเผลอหลับหลุดไปนิดหน่อย เบาเหรอใช่เหรอเดี๋ยวฮัลโหลยังเบาอีกเหรอต้องลดเสียงลงเลยปรับเสียงสตรีมขึ้น
If I'm not mistaken, the space ahead should be the central area of rather than confront Dujier. I think it's more... You guys should wait here. We'll try to open the door and check out some other...
Open the door. Forget it.
ไม่แน่ใจว่าวันนี้จะเล่นถึงกี่โมงดีจริงๆก็เกิดหลับไปนิดหน่อยโอ้ยสลาม
Busted.
ลองเฟซมานานมาก
Face your guilt.
อะ
Quietly now. Take it easy. Gotcha.
Excuse me? Wait now.
โอ้แรงไว้ยแรง โอ้โห ต่อยมันมากพี่วิโรจน์ปังปังปังปังปัง
It's so high. We're not gonna have to climb all the way up, are we?
Activate the mechanism in front of us first, just like before. Let's see if that changes anything.
ไงวะงง Whoa.
Ooh, the water level's gone way up. So that's how we'll make it to the top.
Busted.
Let's begin.
These should be the prison cells. Lots of empty cells in here. Dugier's probably moved them elsewhere already.
Let's still rescue the ones who got left behind. Hey, it's a...
No, I won't try to leave anymore. So close to me. I don't want any.
No, we're not gonna do...
We won't be able to get through to her right now. I'd also guess there are many others here who are more or less like her. Let's let...
ตาย
The door's open. Huh. Maybe it's His Grace. I'll go take a look.
I leave this area to you. Make sure to bring everyone out safe.
Understood. And please take care as well, Your Grace. We'll...
Let's go back. That mechanism from the... Don't forget to bring the...
หายอ้าวสวัสดีครับใครเนี่ยชื่อคุ้นๆนะ ชื่อคุ้นๆนะแบบนี้อุ้ยสวัสดีครับคุณเซธ นะอันนี้ต้อง
You didn't bring the thing that we'll need to hold the mechanism in place? Paimon doesn't think we'll be able to open the door like this. Let's go back.
โอเคเราต้องกลับไปเอาไอตัวล็อกซอยมาตั้งแต่เมื่อไหร่เนี่ยเพิ่งเห็น เราต้องล็อกอันนี้เราต้องไปเอาตัวล็อกอีกอันหนึ่งเอามาให้หมด
Take it easy.
ว่าแต่คุณซิดนี่แอบมาตั้งแต่เมื่อไหร่เนี่ย ไม่เห็นเลยเพิ่งเห็นชึบวันนี้มาเคลียร์เควสอุ้ย
I must confess to being
คนเยอะจัง
furious. To think that there are still some of you who find it permissible to spit upon our rules. Remember their names. Fasal and Avis. They've and today you will see with your own eyes.
ข้ามไม่หมด
Pierce his skull with, of course. You will do it one drop at a time. Let it do its magic again and
เพิ่ง
again.
มา
and don't...
I see
Oh, shut your wretched mouth. My rules are the paramount law of this place. Only more pain will come to those who...
That's enough, Dujier.
เล่นไปเรื่อยๆเพราะว่าเสียงในดิสนี่คือตีกันหนักมากๆฟังอะไรไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
Is that His Grace?
เสียงตีกันหนักมากนะ
I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to
ก็
be so
เสียงดิสก็เปิดเบาๆไว้แต่ว่าไม่ได้เอาเข้าสตรีมนะ
Must you still refuse to let me
เปิด
be?
ค้างไว้ก่อนเผื่อ
Did I
มี
not
ใคร
spell everything out for you?
It would seem that you can't see the difference between sharing and look at your people.
You. Have you forgotten what's so wrong about punishing those who did? And please, are you really going to that you care about their lives and well-being when you just need a supply of labor to keep this?
Sadly, you're wrong on both counts. Unlike you, I've never seen them as currency. The fortress is not only a place for confinement, but also just as people. They may have made mistakes, and most important, but you're destroying their spirits with fear, taking their and you say that.
ลิ้นพอง
You think me arrogant, Risley? Well, I think you're too young and naive. Nobody actually sees this fortress as any kind of just a wonderful place. See it for what it is. No prisoner. Had you been just one step slower, I would have already. Your vision gives you strength. But how long will it hold against these powerful...
Quietly now.
ว้าวแย่ละสลับปิดตัวจบเลยชีวิตเปลี่ยนนะโอเคขี้เกียจเล่นละใช้สูตรโกงเลยดีกว่าเฮ้ยมันกี่รอบเนี่ยวิโรจน์พี่วิโรจน์
If you think fear can control everything, well then, terrify me.
Don't high road me. You're just another crook. And it's time you got treated like one.
นี่
What's the matter? Too scared to shoot straight?
I'm warning you! Unauthorized punishment and torture are prohibited here. As the Duke, you should set an example.
Funny how that slipped my mind.
ว้า
Well, from this point on, you can forget about that rule. The rules of the fortress are there to keep the likes of you in check. But if the Duke wants somebody dead, he needs no justification. Understood?
นี่ จบแล้วว่าสนุกดี แต่ว่าเนื้อเรื่องส่วนมากคือคำ
Sorry for taking so long. Did I keep you waiting?
No, not at all.
I could comfort. I have to take responsibility for it. Yeah.
So, do you...
Oh, Dugier? For now, I think it's a very... He'll be left in the... Of course, that I'm going to talk to the members. Why do you think I... Anyway, joke, how about this?
ไปห้องน้ำแป๊บหนึ่งจะมืดละ
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. โอเคกลับมาแล้ว Nice.
Ah, you're here.
Paimon never forgets about meals. Even if the traveler forgets, Paimon will remind her for sure. That's not what Paimon meant at all. Risley, you got what Paimon meant, right?
I'm a little confused, actually.
Hey, not you too.
Jokes aside, which means that everyone should be able to recover after a period. As for their mental recoveries, most are making good progress.
You sure got
I try my best. After all, it's my duty to take care of everything that happens within my territory. Please, go ahead. That's a bit of a long story. I once had I was an orphan. Once we were old, they were perfect.
And then?
And then, all children that... Did you know I was also not the first to find out about the truth? I could never shake the feeling of irony every time I juxtaposed their tragic ends against our... Yes, they did, but I did. So in the end, my methods were... But I was still my doubt and helpless... It's all right. You don't have to tell me what you think. The least I can do...
Sorry to disturb you, everyone.
Oh,
It was all because...
We came here on...
Please, go on right ahead.
It's...
You're getting married?
Yeah. Ooh, but even during...
Whoa, they're getting married.
But so we are just one...
You're right in that the fortress is never... But that's no reason...
We are actually...
Yeah, and we have...
Your trust...
Hey, listen...
Yeah, I'll always...
จบแล้วกว่าจะเสร็จมีอีกเยอะแยะ ทุกหมดไปแค่แบบมี1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 อันเพิ่งทำไป2 อันเมื่อไหร่จะจบวันนี้อันเป็นชั่วโมงเนี่ยเห็นแล้วเหนื่อยว่ะมันเหมือนดูหนังเนาะถ้างั้นขออนุญาตสั่งข้าวแป๊บนึงได้ละเจอแบบนี้เข้าไปลองบัฟด้วยครามสคริปต์รัวๆใช่ไม่ไหวมันเยอะเกินนะมันเยอะเกินเดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงนะเพิ่งวันที่4เองเงินหมดไปละ 3,000 ทำไมเงินมาหมดเร็วจังวะจดสายดองโอ้ยก็ดอง ปัจจุบันก็ดองอยู่นะนั่นแหละนะช่วงเดือนใหม่ต้นเดือนค่าใช้จ่ายเยอะอย่างนี้แหละเราต้องพวกเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอะไรที่มันต้องจ่ายรายเดือนเนาะสกินหูเถาละ1ใช่รายเดือนเกนชินอีกค่าเน็ตค่าโทรศัพท์ค่านะทุกอย่างมันก็จะจ่ายประมาณช่วงนี้แหละช่วงต้นเดือนแต่ว่าสกินหูเต่าก็ถือว่าเป็นแฮปปี้นิวเยียร์แล้วกัน นะโอเคเอาไป เราไปฟูลีน่าดีกว่าดูสิเป็นไงบ้างอันเนี้ยอยากเล่นของนูวิเลตกับของไรซ์ลี่จริงๆไม่ค่อยได้อยากเล่นเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าอันเนี้ยอยากเล่นละจริงๆก็รู้มาตั้งนานแล้วแหละว่าแบบมีแต่คนบอกว่าเล่นเควสในเรื่องของฟูลีน่าแล้วซาบซึ้งใช้คำว่าซาบซึ้งแล้วกันนะนั่นแหละก็เลยจะมาลองดูบ้างว่าเป็นไง
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got with a huge more attack, perhaps? You know we're worth it. For quality work and speedy results, choose Paimon and the Traveler.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see. Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that.
น่ารักไปวัน
We're just kidding.
ๆใช่
So what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is
มี
looking for
มี
a
ประโยชน์แค่นั้น
temporary
นะ
replacement
น่ารัก
actress
ไป
for
วั
the
น
musical.
ๆแค่นั้นพอ
The
แล้ว
original cast member ran into some issues and is currently unable
เป็
to
น
perform the role.
ดี
But the troupe
พอ
has
แล้ว
also
นะ
been experiencing some
ไม่ได้ขออะไร
financial
มากขอแค่
difficulties.
ให้น่ารักไป
So
วัน
unfortunately, they
ๆ
cannot
นี่
afford
อ
to
ย่าง
pay
เงี้ย
the
ล่ะ
replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically, they're looking for a volunteer?
adorable
That's right.
as always
Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Any ideas? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? He's right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon.
Got it.
Approved. Let's go. Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband? You're splitting up the...
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's in no state to perform. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas. What if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you? She's really good at performing, and she was once super...
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're... That was a joke, right?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Farina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. Besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all...
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Woo! When did you get here?
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my assistance is needed. It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Farina.
Let's go Farina ว่าแต่ฟูริน่าอยู่ไหน
Take it easy.
บ้านฟูริน่าคือหลังนู้น
Take it easy.
Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just, a bit of a step down.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food, but now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity! It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace. Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoo!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you. Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help!
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so specific? Ah, I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities. But given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you.
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely that's okay.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place. So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare. Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point, okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help. True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for? Oh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope, not happening.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're working for.
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would. Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troupe will be so... Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now.
Toodaloo to you, too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has returned.
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with Farina go?
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for personal reasons.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not such bad news after all. You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream, of course.
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Farina really so harsh with people?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made yourself very clear, so I'll stop looking for a replacement. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find anyone to replace you. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance. We have to make sure it goes ahead.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance day. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So the last thing I want is to be left out. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show. I should have asked for your permission first.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list. All right, I'm coming. No need to drag me. Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, a teensy bit concerned, that's all. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Farina star in our show?
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as Lady. Just Farina is fine. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just beyond our control. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe, She kept us going.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in the serial disappearances case.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart. It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. And then her life was so cruelly taken. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Farina.
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member. But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely. We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epicles is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Huh. Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's performances, as of course we all are. All right, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
Take it easy.
Huh? Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello, all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Farina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina on our behalf. I'm sure they need no introduction. You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying The Little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human, and sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script, but the deadline's passed and we still haven't heard from him. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Farina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get everyone back together.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop. You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson.
Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith in the show. So allons-y. Tout Poisson!
ทุกคนครับเล่นเกมแบบใช้จอยดีกว่าปวดหลังไม่ไหวละไปเอาจอยแป๊บไม่ไหวแล้ว ตอนแรกก็คิดว่าจะเล่นตั้งนานแล้วเพราะว่ามันเป็นเกมแบบว่าเกมหนักตัวมาใช้จอยคอนโทรลเลอร์แล้วก็ได้เวลานอน คีย์แพดไม่คอนโทรลเลอร์ไม่ติดอ่ะมันไม่รู้ทำไมอืมโอ้ยอ๋อ sorry มันเป็นอะไรวะมันใช้ไม่ได้อ่ะอืม ยังไงวะเนี่ยบลูทูธพังถ้าเสียบสายอะแต่ว่าสายโอ้ต้องไปขุดอีกสายอยู่ในกระเป๋าลึกมากเลยเดี๋ยวลองไปเอาสายมาเสียบดูนะดูจะใช้ได้ไหมได้เฉยงงโอเคเดี๋ยวมาแล้วกันนะถ้างั้น
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
There's no point worrying about the future. Que sera, sera.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
There's no point worrying about the future. Que sera, sera.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for?
กลับมาแล้วโอ้ยทุ่มนึงแล้วเนี่ยเร็วจังฟูลิน่าเสร็จแล้วน่าจะเป็นอันสุดท้ายแล้วแหละเนาะมานั่งดูเควสฟูลิน่าแล้วก็น่าจะเป็นอันสุดท้ายของวันนี้นะวันละ3พอพรุ่งนี้ดูก่อนว่างมากไหมถ้าว่างมากก็วันละ4
If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
All right. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be out once I'm done.
Okay then. Looking forward to your masterpiece.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. Even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Farina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Farina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have. am so grateful that Miss Nafia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her. It's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything. You can't get around the obstacles without facing them.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of coming back here. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me. Which, of course, I completely understand and accept. Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion or resentment in their eyes.
สีสุ่มครับผม
I guess I wasn't
สีมัน
quite
สุ่ม
ready for this after all.
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
I can't let myself see only the things I want
มัน
to
ก็เปลี่ยน
see.
ไปเรื่อยๆอ่ะ
How would that make
ของ
me any
YouTube อะ
different
นะ
from before?
Look, there seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move.
ของผมก็สีแดงมั้ง ไม่
How
แน่ใจ
about we
อ่ะ
check out Spina
ลืม
di Rosula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there.
อ่ะสีนี้ว่ะไล่แรกกับสีแดง
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
ถ้าเป็นของทวิตมันตั้งสีได้ แต่ถ้าเป็นของ YouTube มันสุ่มสีมั้งเพราะ YouTube มันไม่มีชื่อสี
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side of you.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their God would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one could be allowed to know. That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now, at least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure! Okay, let's head back and check it out.
Okay, กินข้าวให้อร่อยครับผมเพิ่งเห็นนะโทษที
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all the time.
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines too, like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice, and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up. I know it was all a huge burden on her.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I lost all faith in humanity by that point. Thought the whole world was out to get me.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here until the day the group parted ways.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Farina.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version of the script. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human, against the wishes of her family. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the people begin to panic. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it, and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret never gets out, and humanity continues down the path to extinction?
Sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death. Both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world. Yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing to do with her at all.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was moving you to safety.
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me. Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with Aureli.
What? You kept that one quiet.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we feel. I did tell her how I felt once, but she turned me down pretty much straight away. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us as potential romantic partners. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe, and I'd always be there for her. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant attention, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life. And now, that day will never come.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by Aureli. I won't let anyone get in the way of that.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Villemont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Villemont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But for the sake of our final performance, I'll do whatever it takes. Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
This is tough going.
As if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not seriously expecting me to fight, are you?
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Farina in a fight before.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into Indemnitium. Miss Farina said so herself.
Precisely. And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
Yes, Glovey.
C'est la vie indeed. Alas, I am forced to watch on helplessly as a more brave and seasoned adventurer than I swoops in to save the day.
Aw, too bad.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lift.
Don't worry, piece of...
Bruh.
This is order.
Here comes the challenge.
Stabilize.
Final warning.
Get some space.
You asked for it.
Quake. I will have order. Solidify.
Game's up. Run's over. Quietly now.
Stabilize.
Gotcha. Quietly now.
Gather.
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Farina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except you.
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone? I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. That's why I wanted to wait until after the show. If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Vilma, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. I never brought it up to anyone. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show. The little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods that I realized the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink paddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. There was no way we'd be able to pay.
And then?
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe, and it wasn't my fault. But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? What do you mean, you were afraid? This was a life-and-death situation. We could have saved her! How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered! She was the love of my life! And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show! How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. What good is my apology now? I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life. So I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now pipe down, both of you! Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, The lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe. What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her. And that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After everything she did for you?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director O'Reilly and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, it felt like our director was back with us again. If she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, in that same stern voice.
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray. The end of the story needs to focus back on O'Reilly herself. She's the true star of the show.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims. If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through in her final days.
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on O'Reilly's true feelings?
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news. Here.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite a while now. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketch—
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something— Aha! I found— Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiment. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vachey's guilt.
Vachey took so many lives. It still how many victims he had.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be of use to investigator. Wait. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, she was only human. I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last page sounds strangely familiar. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Isn't that the most important line in the Little Oceanid?
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision. Even as she sat in silence, waiting for death to come. I'm sure this is what the troupe would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration, and love. And she truly deserved it. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director O'Reilly's final thoughts.
Take it easy. What are the odds?
Stabilize.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that
Even in the last moments of her...
She did her best to protect as many. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. Well, Vilmont, if we put the
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance. To make this a show, I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show should be about Director Aurelie and her alone.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be...
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even...
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of music, if you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself. And aren't human emotions, love, hate, regret, and hope, just the most mesmerizing things in this world? I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to
Actually, before that, I'd like to make during the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. Besides, a role commemorating her life should be...
Well, if you're sure you're...
Now we're talking like a serious acting. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I...
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't...
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for the likes of us.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story is unworthy of the grandest stage in Fontaine?
No, though that's not what I meant.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I have no problem with it then. How about the rest of you? I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. It really is a dream come true.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Nerilette. I know just where to find him. Hey, look at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just...
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too, Traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things unduly difficult. The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on stage. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
Huh? What do you mean? Do I look excited?
Yes, and this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from deityhood.
At first, I just felt bad about... And, well, here we are. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom, but I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if The Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist Cleo are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting talents once more.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever again. No exceptions. Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories, either on or off the stage. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price of admission. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalet.
You are very welcome. Many people were once enthralled by Lady Farina's... I hope that one day she'll be able to understand...
Take it easy.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity, but we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly spectacular performance. A touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast. Now, let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Oh, communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene a few days ago.
It's amazing! Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really fired up.
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, O little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time.
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage at... Oh no, not a...
They've been getting less and less effective.
What? I thought they cured...
I figured whatever it took...
How could you do this to yourself?
I'm sorry.
You...
Miss Farina?
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. Loic, your character has no more scenes.
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a...
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that.
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put...
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting into... No one likes regrets. Myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason
It's her pure heart, despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure. She never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
Is she here yet?
Let's get here!
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My... wish...
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je suis, serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully not too many. It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself, even if I had no choice. Still, I have to admit that, despite everything, it felt good to be back on the stage again.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, so it was Farina after all. She's back.
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down, don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis. I wasn't ready for this yet.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
Let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing the stage.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of the show went. If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
Take it easy.
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more days of rest.
How did the performance go? Was it a success?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Farina was on the stage. You'll probably be able to read all about it in the Steambird first thing tomorrow morning.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it.
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, everyone's worked. Even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your
Well, one way or another, I've had bad luck ever since I was born. So I never expect things to go smoothly in
Blaming your bad luck again, are we?
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy.
Aw, you two clearly care a lot about each other.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean we never stop arguing with each other?
So, any plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there. That would do wonders for your financial situation.
No.
Yeah, it's what we...
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe...
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with music.
You should do it. It suits you.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. What about you, Miss Farina?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally acquiesce. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that perhaps I'm not as averse to a return to the stage as I'd previously imagined. Maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all. Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking but from now on, I want to watch them blossom, and I'm sure this is what
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your troupe. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place.
If a vision is a gift from the god, then I should do my... It's ironic to think that in my whole time as a god, I could only ever dream of receiving this kind of power. And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fate in my own hands. Is that how humans feel about it as... It's ironic to think that and now is...
I mean, of course I have some...
There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future for us to tell the stories.
I'm just finishing packing up. Thanks to all your help, but most of all...
Now that the buzz is worn off...
Thank you so much. I feel it might turn out...
That would conclude our gaming sessions for today. See you tomorrow.